Can you guys hear me? Perhatian, sang putri merak yang tertiup angin. Aku Pavolia Reine dari hololiveID. And attention please, I'm Pavolia Reine from hololiveID Generation 2. Hi! Hi. Let's go resolve! Wait, before we start, give me a second to check some stuff. Okay, stuff are checked. Hi. You are louder than usual. Really? That's weird. Because I don't know, that's just weird. You okay? I don't know. I shouldn't be louder than usual. But yes. Sound okay. Yes. Anyways, today we're gonna be again playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Kita main Ace Attorney lagi ya. Biasanya Ace Attorney itu hari Sabtu, tapi sekarang hari Jumat. Usually we do Ace Attorneys on Saturdays, but today we're gonna be doing it on Friday because, you know, there's some, we need some plan adjustments and everything. As you guys probably noticed, we do have Indonesian classroom. Ada kelas bahasa lagi. We have Indonesian classroom, not on Sunday, but tomorrow. So that's the two main unusual thing from this week. Tomorrow we have Indonesian classroom with Iris. So yes, ID risk. We're gonna have ID risk tomorrow morning. So if you guys wanna like hop in and join the class, please do. Would appreciate it a lot. Hey, Rainy just saw the clip of you guys blowing up Gen 3. Let's go. It was a blast. Yeah, the stream was a blast. Can't wait till the collab ban is finally lifted and we can, just like play together and stuff. Yes, Harapan has descended. Yeah, so anyways, we did finish the first game, or as you guys like to call it, the first half of the game. For those of you who missed it, well, we do have an actual playlist on the description, so if you guys want to check it out after this stream or something, yes you can. Stream 1 to stream 11. It was 11 streams. And today we're gonna be playing the second one, which Harapan though, JP1? Indonesian, come on. It's kind of like it's like the TT thing all over again. TT JP or TT Indonesian? Oh, look at that. BGM. Ooh. See, we only have new game. Apparently resolve. It's called resolve because, I don't know, maybe it'll be a resolution for everything? Because when we finished the first game, there's still a lot of things left unanswered, so I really don't know what to expect. A lot of people have been saying, oh, okay, maybe, oh yeah, this is where the game actually starts, the good part starts here. And I'm like, okay, I don't know what to expect, but I am very excited. So I guess let's play. An ID, please. What? Reconcile. OMG. There will be no animation cutscenes here, by the way, Rainy. Oh, okay. That's good. Anyways, new game. Whoa, that's blinding. Oh boy! It's a tree! Ooh, sassy. Susie, I mean, sorry.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream.
Oh,
but I do
her
miss my
accent.
time in England's vast capital.
She British.
He's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
Oh.
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
Oh my. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, this lady! Crime lady.
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court.
Uh-huh.
For the only time in my life.
Uh-huh.
As a lawyer.
As a lawyer?
So please,
What?
I ask for your
No!
guidance.
What?
Kazuma-sama.
Kazuma-sama. Suddenly Japanese accent. Hey yo, what? What? Hey! I don't know what to be hyped about. Like, is she dead or is she gonna be handling this case or what? And nothing of value was lost. You guys are mean. It's she stayed for like a few months and not a few months. I don't know. She stayed for a few months and she caught up on the British accent. Yes, yes. So Sato is the MC now. Let's go. Yeah. Is she? I hope so. Here I am again after I don't know how to do an accent. After 9 months, the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. JP Court. Mikotoba. Good. I remember I used to do like the very high-pitched voice for this guy. Let's do that, but organic.
Good, you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late.
Oh, yes, good morning, sir.
I hardly recognize you. You got a five-figure counsel. But you look as white as a sheet. And those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either.
Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous, I feel utterly nauseated. I'm gonna reverse drink very soon. I almost wish that I'd never been born. Oh, don't say that, Sasato.
Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say.
Dad, why have you been inhaling helium again? Yuji Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who, earlier in his life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me? Who's that? Excuse me? Oh, another lady. Whomst is this? Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Oh, yes, that's right, miss.
Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear my life. It's a complete fabrication, this whole thing.
Another waifu. Why are you guys saying things like that? Remember me. Born the same year as I, and my greatest friend. Yo, so it's like, who? It's like Naruhodo and Kazuma. Besties. Remember me. Remember me. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the University Research Laboratory, helping my father. Sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial. Oh no! Why? Accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you sure it's awful? Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed.
Oh my! It's just that... You look so gallant and dashing.
What? Sorry?
When I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful.
Yo, spicy! We're only 15 minutes to this stream and it's already like spicy city. Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. Oh, she doesn't remember? Are the lilies blooming? Apparently so.
It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work.
Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba?
If even your best friend can see through the disguise,
Oh, she's disguised. Oh, that's why she doesn't realize. I see.
disguise?
Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father.
Father?
She's actually sus now because she's disguised.
What is that? Is that you, Sasato?
So sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. It's just that.
No, what are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity badge. Look at you. You look for all the world just like a student from the Imperial Yume University. A male student. Gotcha.
I'm so glad you think so. And yeah, it's because women aren't really allowed in court at this time and age. So that's why she has to be disguised. For those of you who, didn't follow from the start. It means Susato became Susanto. Yes, it means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start.
But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that?
Because I'm gonna be defending you! Well, you see...
It was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. My defense?
Never before in my life I felt so frustrated as having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike.
But women are forbidden.
Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door. So that I can act as your lawyer.
Oh, Susato! You'd go to such lengths for me, Uwu?
Of course, you're my greatest friend. Historians would say. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve.
Oh no, I have complete faith in you.
Ray.
It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet, just because you're a woman... What a wretched reason! I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing.
Ray? Please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just... You really do look so dashing.
It's a compliment! Just take it! Yes, you mentioned that once or twice. Sato doesn't know how to take a compliment, just accept it.
You should be pleased. See? It means you look convincing as a man.
I am pleased, I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Ooh, nice. Ray. You're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I notice how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Good eyes. Sato. You do believe me, don't you?
I didn't do it. I couldn't have.
I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean.
Ooh.
Isn't that right?
Yes, yes it is. Perfectly clean, like my soul.
I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence. Which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. Let's go, Sasato!
That means so much to me, Sasato.
Defendant counsel! A court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once.
You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Oh.
Stand aside! Time to dash into the chocolate bar door. I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast.
Well, Sato, you certainly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom and with no prior experience of being a lawyer, OMG.
There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But father, what? You haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this? How it came to what?
Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if we found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that.
And is it true, the reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was? Oh man, evil lady. We should be making a move now, too. Sorry, wrong voice.
As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my students.
Thank you, father. I'm Satomi Kotoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to the unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he were here? I wonder. Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck. Naruhodo-san. Yeah, Naruhodo is living the British Chad life. The British bloke life, yeah. As they would say, core blimey. The court is now in session to hear the trial of Remember Me.
The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency.
Oh, wow! Defense counsel, are you ready?
Yes, Your Excellency. We are ready.
Ready. Oh my gosh, she's the same! She's the same as Naruhodo! Oh, look at that face! Dashing. According to your registration details, your name is, Susanto. Ryutaro Naruhodo. Is that correct? Sorry? Oh yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. Susanto! So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, counsel? Yes, that's right, that's me. Yes, I am Susanto, he who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. She took Naruhodo's name, they're married now. Yes.
Seems Ryutaro may need to reconsider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it.
Ooh.
And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen.
Naruhodo?
A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be?
Yeah. You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is, his cousin! That's right. Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any Tokyo's preeminent lawyers. Any of them.
What a pitiful situation.
What, you want me to make you bald again?
Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy. How dare you!
Susato.
Is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you making fun of her.
Please be careful, Ray. Oh, exposed. Tish. What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? Ouches doesn't actually care. His white, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not. I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are wont to flit. What? The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire.
Just like the trial 9 months ago.
Wow. Where's the baby?
And yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock. Dear me.
I miss the British accents and the juries and the people. Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense. To determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom, yeah?
9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you were standing now. The same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy.
So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions? Yes. Alright, it's time to prove myself. By the way, there is a fan art of Papers, Please, Reine with the hat and the uniform. Looking at this reminds me of that. Yes, Your Excellency. But please do make them simple. Such a good fan art, yeah? I was wondering, like, the next time I stream Papers, Please, I want to use it as my thumbnail, but also, like, I want to use it to replace myself, like, so it's gonna be like a still image. I don't know if I should do that. I mean, it looks so fitting. Fan art is so cool to start with. You will say the name of the victim. Yeah. PNG. We're gonna be a PNG VTuber for the next time. Phew, that is simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried. What? What was the question? I wasn't listening, sorry. Huh? What's the matter? Well, now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are wont to blank! It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position and... in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances. Oh dear, this is a dismal failure. Don't fret. You need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem. Of course, the court record. Yes, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record. That's right, just use E to open the court record. You need to flip to the people section with E. And don't take too long over it. His Excellency is watching you closely. No, he's not. Alright, check the court record with E. That's where the information I need will be. I'm waiting, counsel. Let's go. What was the question? What was the question? It's asking who the defendant is? Name of the victim. Is her. What? What? What is the name of the victim? It's Giselle Brett. Yes.
Yes!
Yes.
Yes!
That's how high her voice is. The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett. Whomst. A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. That evil lady. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name, no? So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. She was a student? Why, then, is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Because she's, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record. I think I remember. Thinking emoji. Obviously, I still remember. Because she killed people. That was the start of everything. Because you're a murderer. Giselle Brett. Behind the woman student persona was the face of a killer!
Yes!
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was Giselle Brett. Why is there like Queen Victoria in the options? Yes, she was a killer. Her looks can kill. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain. And it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Rarishushu. Is Iris's dad? Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed, it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. My cousin. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime, but, alas, however, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion. Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China, instead. Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligation was to see that woman safely on board a steamship. Yeah, so we're not really obligated to, like, you know, make sure she's alive or something. And yet, the very day before her departure, the English woman was killed. Oh, good riddance. Just kidding. Oh, the day before? That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle. Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor, ouchie! Ha! Ha! Hoo! As is your wish, Your Excellency. Her plan to go Shanghai becomes Shanghai, lol, haha, hoo. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th August in broad daylight. Ooh, birds, my friends! Mwah! On the outskirts of the imperial capital under a bright blue sky at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. Wow. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut, erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. Ooh. Oh, man. What a sight. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung. An injury which proved fatal. Oh no, what about the swan? Oh, swan also did. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. The swan, Miss Brett in her bathing attire, and the swan. And the accused, remember me. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused sister guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. Wait, what? What's her motive? The police arrived rapidly at the scene and probably arrested the young lady. Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. So sussy. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about a powerful motive. I think. I don't know. You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand? I beg your pardon? No matter, let us put this to the accused, shall we? Member Misan, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe. Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment. I can confirm that the defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility. Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then? Ah, I see. See where we're getting at? Oh, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson. Ah. Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago. Go. The accused has a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true? Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the English woman who killed him. Oh, you don't... Well, obviously I was filled with hatred. No, Ray, no, don't say that. Obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. No, Ray, stop. Oh no, Ray, be careful of what you're saying. motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency. To be fair, Aochu is pretty much presenting it properly, you know. Ray wasn't really being a pretty good witness. Well, it was clearly a trap all along. How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for a former mentor against her like that. I must find out more details and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution of counsel on what he said about being alone together, probably. Ooh, spicy. Memmi-san? Yes, what is it? Naruto-san. I'm really starting to wish we'd made my alias Ryutaro Sasato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place. And why you were alone with her. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. Go, yes. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all. But let us be clear, at the moment of the death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life. I'm gonna order some coffee. What's a good coffee to order? Salted caramel could be cute. I mean, not cute. I mean, you get what I mean. Iced, non-fat. We don't need caramel sauce. Syrup. We don't need syrup. Okay. Okay, was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life? No! Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai, honey. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again. Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel. Ooh, saying the word. The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But for now at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him goad you. Oh dear, this is really terrifying. But father's right, we need more information. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about, say, the baiting spot. Shanghai Honey by Orange Range? Yeah. If I may, Prosecutor Ouchie. What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student? Like, what's yokel mean? Every time I see that word, I just think of egg yolk. I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot. My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Hey, I was just from Great Britain. Have you been to the Great Britain? Yeah? I too can... Bathing spas are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins. No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Yokel to kampungan. I see. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? For old time's sake, I believe. Sorry? Miss Brett was to depart from Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to die in the hands of Ray. Just kidding. Was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. and the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to apply. But on what grounds would we agree to such a request? Well, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. Haha, oof. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal. Man, Mikotoba, dishing the spicy. Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong. But in fact, a murder took place. I said don't look at me. It was that young student girl who did it, not I. No one has proved that yet. I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brent managed to avoid incarceration instead of continuing her research work at the university. Ooh, eesh. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other a spicy number of amounts. Seeing the murder of the mentor for whom she had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings. Of anger, I see. Of anger and resentment. Poor Ray. So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident. Yeah, what's she holding? Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image. Yeah, so tragic. Look at the bird.
As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden.
The court will accept this photographic print as evidence. I can't believe somebody would murder an innocent swan like that. The photograph of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case.
What?
We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention.
Wow.
To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence.
What? Witnesses? But who?
One of whom I might add is a highly respected police detective.
Who? Hosonaga?
I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt.
Ugh. Two people in the hut and then witnesses. What? Did the swan come back to life or something?
I, Taketsuchi Aochi, have been waiting for this moment.
Sorry?
Oh yes, I haven't forgotten. That trial 9 months ago here in this very courthouse. When that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me.
Oh my, wow, he lives in his head rent-free. Yunosuke Naruhodo! Yes?
This insult to the Aochi family name that will never be forgotten.
You've become conceited with age, Counsel. Wow, what an old geezer, he says. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. Is the way of the world. May you never forget that. Ooh, haircut! Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died. start of your own mini-major revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Council? What is this?
Silence! Since I saw revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head.
Observe the ouchy growth.
You see the seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown.
I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something.
I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly? I said silence! Today, I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you. And my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand. Looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial.
The prosecution and defense each has much to lose. A haircut is hardly comparable to race life. Oh goodness. Oh my goodness, Hosonaga. Oh my god, it's you again! Oh god! Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Soseki!
Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected.
He has a turtle on his head. And I am, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact. Yes. Soon to be sold out, the satirical I Am a Cat, a sensational success by Soseki Natsume. Oh, there's like a... Who's that? Oh my goodness! Struggling student from the provinces, please. You needn't be in awe of me. I needn't? It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence, but all of you, please relax. Call me Soseki even. Yes. What on earth is Soseki-san doing here? So-so's bizarre adventure. Tread carefully, Sasato. The author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun. Yes, of course. I know. Wagahai wa neko de aru. Yes. I presume Soseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since I last saw him. Soseki cat doko. His cat is in England, is in London. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. Do I have something on my face? Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. I suppose it's this disguise, is it? Oh, the turtle! So cute! I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Flawless, huh? I see. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have been being at the scene, Soseki-san? Well, you see... I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less. Yeah. At Yume University? After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher for the medical science department. The professor over there, in fact. With Professor Mikotowa? Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snapshots, scribble stories, and cover my privacy. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. Thank you so much. proudly threw that paper at me. The Soseki Natsume article has been entered into the court record. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast, those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course. With which utterance the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her. That detective I am at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Thereby the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems. It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. Oh no, stop with that bloody coughing. But fortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment, so... you sure? You sure? I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. Oh right, Inspector, you... Well, you do have something on your face now. Ah, how unsightly. I do apologize. Does that mean that you went to the beach too, Father? No, fortunately I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that, as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But if only I had, I'd never have seen that awful sight. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret. Very well. I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court, finally. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Of course, Your Excellency. What's that purple thing in the reporter's hand? I think it's ballpoint pen, you know, smudges, like ballpoint pen smudging. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret, I am. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran to the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes, that young girl was astride the English woman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly. Huh? I saw blood in the blade. It proved to me that she stabbed the victim multiple times. Hi! That's wrong! That's wrong! It was a single stab wound, you dumb. Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. The very moment of this heinous crime. What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, that was it. Damning evidence. Huh. What have you there, counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. What? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more. Ah, goodness me. It's a pen. As the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. Was she trying to write in the sand? That's right, the fountain pen. If you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. Huh. The owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. Is that how you pronounce that? R.M. Ray Mbami. No, maybe RM is maybe there's a killer with like the same name. The initials of the defendant. Rangus McGurger. No! Oh my goodness, what is he wearing? What is Hosonaga wearing? Reine merak. This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence. The fountain pen has been entered, yes. So, oh, RM stands for real murderer. So, have I omitted anything? Yeah, your brain. Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. I don't understand. Prosecutor Auchi of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise. Man, he wore a strong armor, that means. Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Yeah, this guy is actually like, you know, more competent than he was. RM itu rumah makan. Yeah. Restaurant. Naruhodo. That means... Oh, yes! Me! Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom? Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom! Cousin Ryutaro, pull yourselves together, please! Alright, I've seen this countless times as judicial assistant. Oh, finding consistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. Well, so let's see what I can do. The witness scene. Okay, I'm just gonna... Can I just like play normally and like not exhaust all the dialogues?
Objection!
With that excuse set to recry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazama-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed. What's the meaning of that menacing post, counsel? It means it's time for you to pack up. I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. Who? What? Where? When? Who? Not you, Soseki-san. The query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. At me? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, counsel. Oh, her handy-dandy book! In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. In other words, Inspector Hosonaga's testimony is BS. Nonsense! It's clearly flawed, yeah, that's a more elegant way to say it. And Soseki-san. Me? You claim to have seen Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Yes, I did. Wildly! But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and... It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there is no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. True! Then what exactly is your contention, counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Yes, soon. Patience. Yes, Your Excellency, there is only one logical conclusion. Ray didn't kill him. But Soseki-san in fact thought was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the discovery of the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body. Oh, that can't be! I mean, okay, listen, like, why would you do that too? That's like tampering with evidence. Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them with that objection and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Objection!
Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. That I guess you know what's gonna happen. Yeah, Aoshi, I'm gonna kick your butt. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show, and the show was stolen, and we're gonna repeat that again. You're right, there were certain similarities. Maybe she wanted to stab the victim herself. Oof, hey, don't say that. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair. Ha 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 ha. Slender, my head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference. Yes, it does. What is wrong with you? Why not? Engage your brain, young man. No, you engage yours. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. Huh? And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike, the witnesses saw. And she was like, uh-oh. And it was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. Usually if it's like revenge or if it's like anger, it would be multiple stab wounds, yeah? If it's only a single stab, then it should be something calculated. Is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance? What? Oh. I am in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion. But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we are back where we started. Sorry? Yeah, murder of passion is usually, you know, pretty overkill and kind of messy. Usually. Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? I don't know, because she's kind of dumb, I guess. And with the demon's cold-blooded composure, too. Who said with the demon cold-blooded composure? Who said that? Nobody said that. The prosecution demands an explanation and it had better be good. Why did Ray pull out the knife? Maybe Brett's like, hey, can you do it for me? Did she die instantly? At time of death after 2 p.m., death is believed to be due to trauma to the victim's lung. Within minutes. Didn't say she died instantly. Let the court hear your answer then, counsel. The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could save her life, duh! According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant. Yeah, see? That's what I'm talking about! That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury. Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer. The point is, being a medical research assistant, Minbami-san was compelled to act when faced with a wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem that this is the best we can expect of this young yokel. No one's buying it. Indeed. Is it just me or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the Yokel Defense Council, I mean. Slipshod? An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense. Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court. On the subject of the Defense Counsel's assertion, I will do so flawlessly. Oh, you better. Witness testimony. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. YouTube's being weird? It's not my connection. What should we do? YouTube's being weird. Is it really bad? Because if it's really bad, we could continue another day. You know? Is it so bad that we have to stop the stream? Or is it... You know? Tiny stutters. Because it's not really from my side. This time. Just the hiccups. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Is what you just said true, Inspector? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention because people are... Wait, what? Political blade would cause heavy bleeding. Oh, yeah, okay. Basically, yeah, like, why would you? Like, because it makes the victim die if you do that, because, you know, she'll bleed out if you do that. Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the blood... yes! Yes! Yes, think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. Oh, I see. Ha! This is why yokels should stay in the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it. Oh. Well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see? Or pulled a blade out of a wound, so... Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. Father, is it true what they're telling us? Not telling me? Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. But then, why would Ray have done it? Maybe she knows something? Would she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett? I don't know. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but... Could my friend actually have... No! Sasato! Yes, pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. I think my coffee's here. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Getting coffee. I'll be right back. Wait, what? I can't mute myself. Oh yeah, by the way, guys, MC's no longer wearing the donut on her neck. Ah, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Ah! Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards. I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. Wagahai! Wagahai, so cute! Man, this is not even important. Like, what even is this? Like, why? Why? This is so unimportant. Let's look at the crime scene photograph. Glass. She's holding, stabbed from the back. Yeah, if she was like this, then she must have probably stabbed from the back. She was holding... No, she was... How is it here, and how is she holding a pen? Maybe Membami was like, hey, tell me, who was it? Here's a pen. And then she's like, I want to write it, but oh, I died. I'm pretty sure she probably was holding this in her hand, and this one on her left hand, and this one was added later on, I guess. Perhaps so. Look at that. That's the back from the first game. Anyways, I don't know. Anyway, let's listen to the testimony. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could have caused heavy bleeding. That's basically knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the young victim. The man the victim recognized was good. Everyone the defendant is high respected. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this. No! It's at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. Yeah, I know. You want to press. I know which statement to press. Examine in greater detail. Yes. Yes. Huh? I know what to do. Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. Yes, I need to examine things in greater detail in space. Ah, if I look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue. Yes. Hold it! The defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally. Let me get my coffee. What is this one? Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Susato, don't say that! Oh dear. You have a lot to learn about women. Oh, damn. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. Oh dear, perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument. Ryutaro, what? Oh god, so funny. And let's see what's in here. Okay. If we take off, ooh, nice art, the pen's lid. Oh, sorry, not this one. Does it? Uh-huh. Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? Oh. It is... This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink. Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib. But... is something wrong, Father? Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all. Maybe maybe it's a syringe? It's a secret syringe or what? Small liquid still inside? What liquid? Huh, interesting. There's some sort of emblem here, look. What? Is this any Yume University one? It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. Whoa, so not her pen? So probably not hers at all, huh? Probably not even hers, huh? The arm initials are very clearly engraved here. And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this fan in her dying moments is very clearly a message too. So identify her killer, you mean? I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case. Okay, I think we're done examining this thing. Okay, whatever the motive, it just isn't in Membami-san's nature to do something so awful. But she had both motive and opportunity that's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant. And you, counsel, do not appear to know the law. Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings. With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused. So do I. Ah, yes! Please. Miss Brett was in many ways a sworn enemy of Membami-san? Really? Yeah, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. Let's go. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Membami-san's abilities. An amount of liquid still inside the ink reservoir. Clearly, the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony. Yes, you can. Okay. There's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. But what is it? A good reason. What's a good reason? If we present this one, how does it translate to Ace Attorney language? Small liquid inside. Let me see. Footsteps all over the place. The knife. Why did she? Is there a good reason? The heck is the knife? I'm just gonna think. Say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean if you use due care and attention it would be alright? I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out really, but the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Oh, well. Thank you for such a thorough explanation. You see, counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath. Huh? Meiosis? Why is there meiosis? Is that relevant? If people get stabbed, would she get meiosis? I've never stabbed anyone, I wouldn't know.
Hold it!
Which is? Clearly, the defendant, remember me-san, does not possess an ounce of sense. What? What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba? I'm not sure that you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. I don't know, young people today, if that's friendship, I don't understand it. Yeah, because you have no friends. Careful, counsel. Oh my gosh, the bonk. The big bonk. Oh dear. That recoiled on me rather badly. That's life, I'm afraid, a lesson everyone must learn. Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Membami-san would certainly have been aware of it.
Hold it!
Oh, shoot! Sorry. I was gonna present evidence. Halo bang, iya Om Reine di sini. Selamat datang di streamnya Om Reine.
Hold it!
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Oh wait, actually we did this already. Maybe this one, and I'll present the pen. I don't know.
Objection!
No, it's wrong! No! Then the photo then, if not the pen. Maybe the crime scene photograph.
Objection!
No, that's not it either. What? Or maybe the report? Maybe the report? Let's brute force this. Maybe the report?
Objection!
No, it's not. What? Eh? Eh? Basic knowledge. Could cause heavy bleeding. This is a true statement, and people need to know. Death would have occurred within minutes anyways. I pressed everything. This is the first case. It can't be. It can't be.
Hold it!
It can't be. I pressed everything. I feel like this is not supposed to be. You're not supposed to be thinking that advanced yet. I'm seriously kind of lost. Oh, wow! I didn't know you could examine this! Earlier was... No, I swear to God, you couldn't examine this! I swear to God, you couldn't examine this! Remember when we tried to examine it? Remember when we tried to do... That was zoomed in before! What? That's so dirty! What even was that? That's so dirty! What? That's so dirty! Ah, let's open the newspaper. Maybe it'll say something. Yeah, it looked like this before. Yes. He became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. Yes. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck. Eee. There's no honor in this game. Yeah, this is why checking evidence early never helps. This is the newspaper from Soseki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. From Yume's Medical Research. Father, isn't that your lab? What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen? Yeah, it's in the pen. It's this morning's paper that Soseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know? As embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory, I did not. I have not heard any such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned this information? Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning the story in our paper this morning, was there? It is a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. Why is it always poison? I'd put Ray in charge of the project. Ray! She was managing it? Meiosis caused by poisoning through pen. Yeah. But we had to do it the Ace Attorney way, which we could only do now, finally. Oh my goodness. That's so dirty. If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow. I don't believe it. We need to read this article very carefully. A poison article. Deadly! Following a lecture at Yume by Soseki Natsume on the 11th, it's come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. The deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or through a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes with impaired breathing and ending with contraction of the pupils. Yeah, she was clearly poisoned. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. New synthesis of alkaloids are rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Maybe she knows how to... Maybe she pulled it off because, oh, I know how to neutralize the poison or something. Maybe it's this.
Objection!
Finally, see, now that no facts are hidden from us, we could progress. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. What? Ha! The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified? It is here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory in the Imperial Yume University.
Objection!
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. But, Prosecutor Ouchie will let the defense speak. But a newspaper article, the court cannot rely on that kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry. Counsel for the defense. But what about her eyes? Yeah, that's because of the poison. That's the side effect of the poison, and maybe, you know, because the poison is like top secret and only the Yume University people know. So, like, when Ray saw the body and then she sees that Brett has, like, you know, weird pupils and maybe, like, she has the pen thing, she's like, you know, that maybe one of the only ways to, you know, save her is to actually pick up the thing. I'm going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion. Your Excellency. Yes, of course. Thank you. Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says... I don't know. Hold on. It's in... here. Deadly in tiny quantities. This. Either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade would prove fatal in minutes. So it's deadly in tiny quantities. She thinks that, you know, it's like... She thinks that the poison was on the blade, so that's why she took it out. That's what she thinks. We don't know if it's the truth or not, but we think she thinks that the blade has the poison and it's the cause of death, so she pulled it out so it wouldn't spread further, I'm guessing. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting? If the knife used to attack Miss Bread was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Membami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. Exactly. What?
Objection!
This is complete and utter nonsense. Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility. But how would she know the knife had poison in it? Because I'm guessing that she knows that it's in the pen thing? Remember? Remember it's in the pen thing? And she's from the university. She's one of the only people who know about the poison. It was her project. She was in charge of it. Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document. Oh, but it appears on the bottom part. Or she saw the eyes immediately. I guess so. But also like with all the supporting evidence as well. Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Objection!
Oh please, this is clearly desperation. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. They have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway. In that situation, what the students should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But dies in minutes! The medical assistant won't arrive in minutes! But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense. It's because she was in charge of the project! Goodness. Silly Hosonaga. Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it? Yoko? Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. What? You can't possibly. But from your expression, Counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence. Yes, Your Excellency, I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times. From my place at his side in the Old Bailey. In that case, Counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article? Gee, I don't know, maybe this one? YOLO.
Take that!
How exactly would you explain this piece of evidence, this connection to the newspaper article? In truth, I'm not really sure. Haha. But my father always taught me to ask my elders whenever I was in trouble. So I thought I should ask your opinion, Your Excellency. What is it then? Why not thrust it under the nose of the professor at your side? I think he means you. Good grief, thrusting that under my nose isn't going to solve anything here. We must use our heads. The article in the paper had details of the toxin. Now, where have we seen similar details? Does nowhere come to mind? The report, the autopsy report. We gotta search through all the evidence looking for that. Yes, I'd like another chance to present evidence, if I may, Your Excellency. In that case, Counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between the case and the poison? It's the post-mortem report, I think.
Take that!
Yes! I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Ah! Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death? Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes. What are you doing, you yokel detective? In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. What? If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely. Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt. Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree. This is very compelling evidence. Tisk, you, yokel student and yokel professor. Yeah, you half-bald prosecutor. I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions. No. Yujin Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know. The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say. Oh no! Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft secret, stay research from his own workplace until he reads it in the newspaper. Uh-oh. I take full responsibility of the incompetence of my supervision. Father? Father? Tisk! A pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees. So true, bestie. That's totally unfounded. Who? Oh, it's her. None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray. Memba-misan, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated. But it was me. Oh no. I was the one who noticed that the poison you were developing had been stolen that day. Wait guys, give me a second. Give me a second. I wonder. Okay, nice. Okay. Hello, okay. Oh, okay. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day. So you knew! Uh-oh! I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Soseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount, it was. Why didn't you let me know immediately? I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was. That woman of evil. The thief? Oh, you don't mean... Yes, of course. It was that dainty English woman. Miss Giselle Brett. That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on the stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. Oh man, woman of evil. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? Whatever do you mean? Oh my goodness. And then... she suddenly got to her feet. Before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. What? That's when I saw the knife in her bag. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes had shrunk to tiny pinpoints. I don't believe it. In other words, you realized that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison. My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her. But she left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body, which is the back. On the blade of the knife in her back. And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade. Yes, if the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time. Oh. Maybe it's the swan. The swan is the culprit. So sick of Brett's shenanigans. It's like, I want to be free. Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. Huh, really. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end. Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here, in this courtroom now.
Objection!
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say. Well, Membami-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed. Gee, I don't know. Well, you have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? Oh, I have evidence. And it is very much conclusive. What, the knife? You're gonna finally offer the knife as evidence? Like with what? With her... Never mind. Probably not fingerprints, because it hasn't been invented yet here. It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it. You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Aochi. Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student. What? I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence, but you've brought this on yourself. Yeah, she was trying to freaking pull the thing out! Yeah, like, yo, what does that explain? What even? Yo, her swimsuit though. The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable. So who took the picture, by the way? Her face reveal, oh my god. This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. For it shows the precise moment that Membabi-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back. No! That's the other way around. Who took the picture though? I don't believe it. It's kind of creepy though. Ow, Susato. Like, what? Unless you have video, which hasn't been invented, you can't prove anything. Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom? Perhaps his voice has yet to break. Those yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature. I'll show you who's slow to mature. It's your hair! Careful now, Susato is starting to show her face here. Oh no, takedown please! It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. Of what? The court will accept this extremely cogent, photographic print as evidence. The incriminating photograph has been entered into the court record. I can't believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve the entire time. It's such a stark image, I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Exactly, asking the very important question she is. Ray.
Objection!
That is of no importance here. It is important! Oh.
Objection!
It is important! That is an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. Maybe it's the one who did it. Maybe it's the culprit. I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once. Better be a girl! I'm afraid I can't do that. Because he's dead, or what? Pardon? You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. Ah, that's sussy! Sussy! Goodness! You can't use that as evidence then. Are we to understand then, counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment. Because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you? Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor! What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses. But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings. Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court, no? If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear. If you could take a picture, you have time to, like, I don't know, call the police or something.
Oh no!
Susato, this is the time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. Ah, extreme massage. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim. Yes, we just need to prove that somehow. You'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Taketsuchi Ouchi in a court of law. Spicy acupuncture. If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it. It's like, I know. Look at this. This photo has like a crack in the top. See this? I thought it was odd. Like, was that like a like a crinkle of the newspaper or something. But then that photo has the same crack. And look at this. Yeah, see, it has the exact same, yeah, same lens. Who was the photographer of this one? Did we ever say? Did somebody ever say? Well, counsel? Your Excellency? The burning question is who took that photograph? And the truth is, I have the answer. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. What? No, you can't possibly. But, as you so boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name, but how utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe you could? However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity. Photographer. What? What? Very well then, counsel, present your proof to the courts. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery photographer? It is this one. Present.
Take that!
What is that? The newspaper again? Raw Schorsch England returnees tell all. It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It is the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side. Ah, yes, indeed. They had already caught my eye as it happens. Ha! What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, from the branches of a tree or the like? There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you. Now, if you look closely at this photograph... Good gracious! OMG! Same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too.
Objection!
Ooh, well, that tells us nothing. Ha! Yes, it is a shadow of some kind, definitely from the branches of a tree. Yes. Ouchie! I'm disappointed. You were onto somewhere. You were getting better. There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach, counsel. What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. Tree in a hut, yes. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired? The curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is the result of a camera defect. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. With the photographic device? Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched. And that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device. In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera. But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. With the exact same mark, though, it would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one. I mean, why not start by who took the picture of the Soseki?
Objection!
I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchie, that one of the photographs featured in the newspaper article. A newspaper? Ah. That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime. What? I see why you were called a Roche England returnee. What are you yelling about? You've already testified. It's many memo, I tell you, many memo. Memo. Soseki-san, what was that? Did you say many memo? Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Writing Many Memo. Writing Many Memo. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk. It's writing many memo. Now that he mentions it. They secretly spy, snapshot, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. That's why he has an ink mark but using a pencil now. Ooh. Could that same reporter be? A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, struck in the middle with Write him many memo. Oh, you're saying that this picture was taken by many memo. Yes, my lord, your excellency, Esquire. Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime. Oh, yes, your excellency. As you say, your excellency. Yes, wedding. And one more thing. I want this knife. Oh, what? Now you have the knife? Examine for traces of poison. Bad news, you won't find it. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood? Ha, ha, ha. Meh. Many memo. the knife just catches. Oh, by the way, yeah, this is the knife. Yeah, get it examined or something. To be continued. Oh man. What? Save your current progress? Yeah, of course. Wow, look at that. We have saved data from adventures. Save complete. 13th of August, Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants Antechamber 3. I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray. You probably should have. You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to life, that is all. So I hoped to retrieve the substance from the English woman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence, that you'd stand by me to the last. I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato! I deserve it! No, in fact, throw me to the floor! Oh, the famous Susato takedown, yeah? No, that's too good for me as well! Drag me through the city streets! I'm no better, you know. Oh. Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato! I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh no!
I think the situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray,
Yes?
can you find it in your heart to forgive me?
Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now.
What? Oh, Ray. Oh, okay. Man, naruhodo. Naruhodo gonna be maidenless because he's too busy in Great Britain.
I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The English woman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison.
Well now, whatever do you mean?
And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet.
Whoa.
Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes.
And you were the only people in the hut at the time?
That's right. Just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that. A great mystery indeed. I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up.
It will be alright. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said you saw is true.
Spoken like a true mikotoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order.
Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now.
The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it.
Yeah, that's what we read about yeah. Oh, I see.
Yes, without this chemical reagent,
It is impossible to detect its toxin. Oh, yes! Chemical reagent. I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters. Oh no, but if you have the evidence and you're gonna test it at this stage, does that mean the knife's gonna be clean? I'm kinda scared, honestly.
I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case.
Entered into the court record. My goodness. What's the matter, Sasato? You're suddenly very quiet. It is this newspaper article. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. Ha! Through.
It was all the English woman's doing!
What?
It was when the professor and Soseki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. The so-called English lady swanned in.
Swanned in.
And without any compunction said to Professor Mikotoba.
Oh, Professor, surely your guests would love to hear about your work on that substance there? It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. Soseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction. So then, Soseki-san knew about the poison. Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too. This Memo-san. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach?
Oh! No, I don't remember the reporter being there.
Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. Oh! A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Soseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police. Ah. Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel! We've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. If this is following the thing from like Ace Attorney, the first great Ace Attorney, this guy's not gonna be the culprit, but there's gonna be like some other random person. Yes. But if this is not as long, then he might be the culprit. But what's the motive though? Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. August 1:30 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 1. I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Miss Remember Me. Prosecutor Ouchie, have you summoned the new witness? Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share. What news? And why does he look so happy about it? During the recess with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life. Excellent, I admire your rapid handling of the matter. Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course. I had the reagent delivered to police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time. Rickshaw. But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable. Hand counsel, what were the results? This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade. Well, then maybe somewhere else. What? Are you sure about that? I would stake the reputation of the police on it. Armed with the reagent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. The murder weapon has been entered into the court record. In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed. Ah! Yeah, what if like it's like poison from like somewhere else and then the knife is 2-frame Ray? And the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment, good. Very well, officer, bring in the witness. No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case... How could the toxin have entered the victim's body? The wine. The pen or the wine? Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Writes in many memo to show you news and what people like to call a giorno. What's a giorno, father? Do you know? It's simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there where the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those coups so they're in print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news. Oh, so it was you who took this photograph, was it? Well, what have we here? I'm sorry? Oh, brace yourselves, people! Many memos sense the scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play defended by a curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. The readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 point in 5 leg format for the morning edition. Huh. Right then, let's start with your name. Oh, it's Ryutaro naruhodo. Next, what made you want to become a lawyer? I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Ryutaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see. I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while. By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Aochi. Didn't ask! Ratio L didn't ask, you're bald. That's Taketsuchi Aochi. The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart. No, the readers won't buy that. What? Witness? Yes? What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way you've got to be fast. Fast legs to run with and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my many-memoism. Many-memoism? Ah yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san. Yes, right, that was me, Mini-Memo again. But you were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu News offices after our meeting. But the scoop is, I didn't. Because the English woman's words has piqued my journalistic interest. Miss Brett's words? A criminal left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dung. The country's judiciary is rotten to the core. Oh my gosh. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play. Well anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right, here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket. The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in the press. Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph? Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journal eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. That's broken, by the way. Thank you, Meni-Memo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. Witness testimony. The camera never lies. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside through. Were you peeking? The English woman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife. What? Pulled out a knife, throwing the English... What? My smoldering journal spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart a rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shots. That doesn't make sense. Read screens, you say? Right, you can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. Ignoring the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish. Uh-huh. And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens. Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it? Or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime. A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's mini-memoism in a nutshell. It would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime, yeah? What is that? She threw her to the floor and penetrated her from behind. I was watching through a hole in the wall. Yeah, that's what he would say. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. No! Wonderful news, Your Excellency, wonderful. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony is spicy. Oh no, begs one very large question. What question? Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. The question is, did you make this up? Why then was the story never published? Oh, that's right. It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood. Ha! More pathetic excuses. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination. The source is trust me, bro. Trust me, Your Excellency. Yes, Your Excellency. There's more Oh, it was published, alright? You can see it in, you know, the future. It was gonna be published in the winter, comic market or something. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. The snap. It's on the usual site. The camera never lies, but you do. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens. There were plenty of gaps. Yeah, you were peeking, we get it. The English woman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Yes, this is true. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, Hold it! Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place? Ha! The precise moment? I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out from start to finish. I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed. Right you are. It's all here in my memo pad. Okay, when I first peered into the hut... Let's see the photo. Yup. Yep. Body was... Yep, I see it. I'm sure that the English woman was... Yes? Was on the stool at the back of the hut here? Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down. It's my turn to testify now, try not to interrupt. Ugh. Then the next moment, I was watching... Wait, where were you? Where were you watching from? The evil student girl entered the hut. Evil student girl. Oh, after a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. Wait, what? But she only smiled. But you said they were arguing. Huh? The English woman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. Okay, so, she bloodhound stepped behind her and dodged it. And in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. But that doesn't make sense because look at this photo evidence. If you see this photo evidence, she's doing it from the side or something. If it's like the... See? It doesn't make sense. And in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. What you describe is a grim crime indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many memoism says. The beach hut plan has it. No. Doesn't make sense, bro. By the way, many memo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film? Journos have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre. Oh, no, it's not. 1 hour until the Indonesian lesson? No! It's in 13 hours. Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in. And that's something to be proud of. Is it? Your Excellency, if I may... Yes, Professor, did I accidentally set the time wrong? I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony. Father, what are you... What he said? I wasn't paying attention. Yes, okay. I know what evidence we must present. Memo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of many memoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. A midnight lesson, spicy. I never once set foot in the hut, nor spoke with English woman. I was there only as an... You never spoke with her, but look, this pen, yeah? This pen was, or how did she get this pen though? Apa? So, which, I guess it's this one. Should I press? I don't know.
Objection!
Memo-san, until now I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shoyu News on my arm. In a way, that's more memoism. Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel? Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? OMG! This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. What are you? If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. RM, Rumah Makan. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Raymond Bummy. Is it a coincidence, I wonder? that your initials are also RM. Oh, no! Write in many memo, RM. That's horse dung! Can't you see? One of the central tenets of many memoism is being a pencil user. Oh yeah? And what about that stain on your hand, huh? And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see on your right hand, there is a very obvious blue ink stain. It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey horse dung! Many Memo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut?
Objection!
Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse. Exactly. Show you news will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. Well, the defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. Huh? And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. This is the confident Naruhodo pose, you know, when he like has his hand on his hip and he's like, huh, you know, like the smug, like when he pulls his chin back a little bit. I love that pose. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is. In that case, counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies. Of course, Your Excellency. The clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is... Identity... There's some sort of emblem here. But it's not a Yume University one. It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. Gee, what organization? I wonder. But that would seem to imply that the pen doesn't belong to Ray.
Got it!
Whose is it? As well as the initials, there is also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will, of course, recognize, Many Memo-san. Goodness me! It is the emblem of the Shoyu News! In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Many Memo-san, how do you respond? No! But what is the explanation now, huh? Order, order! Explain yourself, witness! Ha 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 ha. So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. I've used nothing but honest tactics. Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Shoyu News reporter, on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the English woman. An interview? You never mentioned this before! When exactly was this? Huh. As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing, and as we many memoists say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. Oh, you will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. I see. Got it? Yes, alright, but... on one condition. Condition? In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki Natsume-san. Why? Why? Soseki-san? Why? Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. Embrace yourselves, because it's not a harmless one, it is big. What? Yo, excuse me? Many memoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand. Soseki-san hiding something? What? I know the secret is, he got a baby cat confiscated on the boat, but the witness's secrets. I asked the English woman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran out to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many memoism demands I reveal it now. Oh, what is it? You mean to say the victim? The victim regained consciousness? And when she did, you decided to ask her a question? That's true. Yes. He did, and that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Yeah, now you experience the defense attorney life, ouchie. Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? Everybody's a yokel now. Woman came back to life, Soseki be like, hi. It wasn't even a conversation. I simply said, hi, honey. Yes, I did pose the withering English rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even. She said, shut up to him. Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth. Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow? What on earth could have happened in that hut? If I die, she dies too, maybe. The witness's secrets. Ooh, spicy. I asked the English woman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. The woman being stabbed and the other witness come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. What is it? But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many of the bands are revealed now. What is it? Soseki-san, are you trying to hide something? Don't look at me like that. Soseki-san, you must tell the court everything that happened. Well, in truth, I'd be catching crowds at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose. Even for a grown man. But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. Ray! I ran up the beach to see what was happening to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. Save him from prison in the UK for him to commit perjury in JP. Yeah, exactly. Perjury in my Ace Attorney game? Well, as soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brown on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead English woman. I nearly jumped out of my skin. But what did you ask her, Soseki-san? I asked her, who did this to you? Maybe she said something and then they misunderstood. Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? He's so invested in this. She didn't. She said nothing in response. But. When in the stand, you'll answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion of reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony. I will! I asked her who did this to you, but she never replied. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant.
Hold it!
Miss Pratt pointed a finger at the defendant? Soseki-san, is that really true? It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the English woman was sprawled on the floor before us, the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked, who did this to you? What? Huh? 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 She's just like pointing to the back? Like what? No! She was pointing to the back of the hut or like some crap, I don't know. Either she lied, either Soseki's saying BS, or like she pointed at like somebody actually outside or something, like at the back, or I don't know. Somebody was like, yeah, it's... Which was, it can't be denied in the... Like, I'm thinking, right now I'm thinking that, you know, because like the walls are like really, you know, if this guy could take a picture, that somebody could just like stab her from outside, right? You know? Poison and then stab from outside to, you know, so that to mask like the real quote-unquote cause of death or something. Yes. The corpse facing the door, not the wall. Yeah, the corpse was facing the door. So I was like, huh? Is she just like pointing to the back? So she wasn't even like looking. She doesn't even know if like the culprit's like behind her or whatever. Right? Like she can't possibly see that that the girl's behind her. Like I'm pretty sure like she's just like there because like, oh, I was stabbed from the back or something. Soseki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? But... Fiddlesticks, I say! This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. Yes, of course, the English woman did point her finger towards the back of the hut. But I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. Thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Oh, come on! In a very different direction to where the student girl was... No! What even? What? To somewhere at the back of the hut where nobody was standing at all. Your memory of events and the direction of which the victim was pointing are both unclear? Ah, come on! I'm very, very unclear. Dude, what? Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly, but there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Yes. Why? Because as the court can see, there was no other than accused in the direction of the victim was pointing, but you don't know that! It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime. Are you guys... I don't know. Did you guys leave your brain at home? I'm inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. No? No! Exactly, no! The headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyers hopes dashed. I love how everybody keeps mentioning that she's like handsome and stuff. 92 point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Sasato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over. But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet. Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need. Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed.
The English woman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back.
How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a big hut that was empty before herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question. I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add. So, yeah, her back was facing the wall. If you look at this map, do we have the map? Oh, I don't have a cursor. Yeah, see, cause like, what? This is not supposed to, is there like a, yeah, so anyways, Ray comes from the door and then, victim was sitting at the back just sipping her tea and stuff and she suddenly like, you know, from the back. So like, who could it have been? It has to be somebody from outside the hut, right? Because like, you know, they said like, oh yeah, even the guy can like take a picture from there. So somebody could have been definitely like, like threw a knife or like basically stabbed her from the back. Anyways, yeah, I can't say I'm surprised. In that case, I'm ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter. No, please. This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Oh yes, we can. Where was the real culprit hiding and how did he or she stab the victim? I know how.
Objection!
Objection! He's sweating though. Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being. Oh, to what end, Counsel? The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
Objection!
An alternative theory? Ha! None exist. None exists. There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime. What? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time by mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction, fantasy, but is it fan fiction? Very well, as you seem so sure of yourself, Counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryutaro Naruhodo, I forgot that's her name. Yes, Your Excellency. You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed? Yo, I don't know, like here?
Take that!
Naruhodo-san would never give up, and I am the Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here. Are you mad, Counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut. What? Order, order, order! It's student lawyer Naruhodo Esquire, that makes no sense at all. You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. What I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about. I can swear to that. Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there's no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut, but... Actually, Professor Ouchie, there is a way. Hold on. Ah. And in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that it's precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing. You are bluffing. You are bluffing. The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates the theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut? This photo, I guess? I'm guessing this photo. Because honestly, what else could describe the reed thing? I think it's this photograph. You know, I think so.
Take that!
No, it's not? Well, I presented it now. But I haven't the first idea why I chose this piece of evidence. Oh, it's not? Something of a windfall, Your Excellency. I think the word you were looking for, Counsel, was downfall. Your theory is correct, and the knife was thrust into Miss Brett's back from outside the hut. There should be a visible trace somewhere. Oh, okay. We're looking for... Ah, there we go! Yes. See, she was sitting here, and then... See? Hey, let's go. See, we just needed to translate it to Ace Attorney language. Oh, I must look through the court record again. Your Excellency, the defense would like to present a different piece of evidence. Go ahead. What piece of evidence? It's this one. Present.
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. Trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut.
Objection!
Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing. I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to. He's sweating. Counsel, once again, I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where on this photograph the trace of the stabbing, which you claim took place from outside the hut? Yes, it's this.
Take that!
Look closely just here. If this was a horror game, I would be so scared. I would be like, moving away from the screen now. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds. No, I can't see any such thing. You have glasses. It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls that you'd expect, however. By parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them. This is extraordinary. Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. And of everyone present at the scene, there is only one person who could have done that. It is only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. It was you! Right in Minimemo-san, it could only have been you. No!
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume a part of this farcical scenario that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
No, of course not. We're not. If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. stool. Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool. My word, so in fact the victim was killed while sitting on that stool. But what about the poison though? That we still haven't got that explained yet. Through the reed screen. Huh. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. But then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. Before the defendant, Membami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. OMG. Haha, I'm untouchable. I'm dieted. By your silence, Minimimo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge. This is absurd! Not the beach episode we've been looking forward to, yeah? Sorry. That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter. Which means that the defendant, Membami-san, is innocent of the crime. Oh, thank goodness! I finally made him cave. Why does Manny's penis on the swan lady's hand? Yeah, like, we never really know what happened when they were, like, talking, quote unquote. Like, he says it's an interview, but I think that's kind of nonsense. Horse dung, as he would say. I must say I've never been more proud. No, this can't be. The Ouchie clan can't. What of my growth of hope? It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't. I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering my final verdict and hold it. Ha 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 ha. Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals. But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut through the reed screen walls. And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the English woman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Why? Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed. It doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. What about the poison though? After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. What is it? Oh. What are you talking about? Brace yourself, little man. She's not even a man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up, poison. What? Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. The poison? Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that the deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right? That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed. Ah. It's just like, yeah, I stabbed her, but you see. Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes? If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood. Ah. Tish. How refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely, it matters not a jot who stabbed whom and though whose back and with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
Objection!
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already...
Objection!
Forgotten already, have we, yokel? Oh yeah, it's back. During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. So let me get this down. The facts as skillfully established by the defense in this trial turned out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right? What? Well. Oh no! Emotional damage. Order, but where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? The pen, somewhere. The mouth, I'm guessing. There is an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it. You mean she drank it? Have another look at the photograph here, as you can see. A bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked onto the... Oh, it's not wine. Had been knocked onto the sandy floor on the beach hut. Hut. The poison could have been slipped into either. So somebody made Miss Brett drink it. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. You wanna try to stage it? Like, you wanna try to stage it so it's like the first case, like what Brett did? Like, ooh, you think it's a gunshot wound, but it's actually poison or something. Is that what you're trying to do, like a homage kind of thing? Oh, after all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already.
Hold it!
Established? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you. Me? Ooh, let me capture those wide eyes. Is this prime press fodder, this is? Cameras are not allowed in the courtroom, by the way. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. Yes. Yeah, it's kind of like poetic justice, right? Like, yeah, you killed Wilson with the water and the Curare from the dentist appointment. Well, I'm gonna use this poison and make it as if it was like a stab wound, you know, like instead of gunshot, you know, same thing. Fish and chips aren't allowed in the courtroom either. I mean, yeah, fair point, but also. That's great, it is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. Clowns aren't allowed in the courtroom. Yikes. You claim to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you have... What makes such a claim? I'm a Giorno and I'm a man. I never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now because that's many memoism. For a brief moment, I thought I'd eliminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. No, you're fine, Ryutaro. Just where is this trial going to take us? Oh yes, I stabbed the English woman, and it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have been bothered to stab the woman if I had already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. Yeah, see, like he's like one of the people who that's like really pissed about. Yeah. So you admitted that everything happened as I described. That you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the reed screen. You can blame this miserable country of ours. Yeah, I get it. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. Yeah, he's like one of the, ooh, freedom of, press people. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders did have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back, I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. What? You're implicating Ray again. He also wants the freedom of people's souls from their bodies too, apparently. She's the one who gave the poison to the English woman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap! This Jorna here is off the hook. The argument is sound, certainly. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical. And therefore, the reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical. No, it's not. That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last! Justice? This is unbelievable. And after I made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? Oh, this is what people are saying in the first case, huh, with Brett. Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial. Please make it be the final one! Yes, Your Excellency. Complete innocence. Oh yes, I stabbed the English woman. Proves you're innocent. Why would I have bothered to stab the one if I'd already poisoned her?
Hold it!
Just to make sure, Like, sometimes you double tap, yeah? So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim? Obviously, that would be like putting a belt on your trousers when you were already wearing braces like these. The accused administered the poison, following which the witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one for murder. The crime rests on the accused's shoulders. This is how the law works, you see, Yoko. Who knows, you may even learn something here today. 2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes, quite the day for the victim. Do something that evil and you've got it coming. That's how the law works, the law of reckoning. That's not the kind of law this court upholds. You will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim, then, witness. I heard that student girl and the pompous English mother arguing, it got my goat. Arguing?
Hold it!
What exactly were they arguing about? About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. The student girl was laying into the English woman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, John H. Wilson, a professor of medicine, Iris's papa, invited here from England by Professor Mikotoba no less. Right, but the English woman is just jeered. Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai, however. There's little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland as a free woman. It was eating the student girl up inside, you could see it. I really felt for her. What? I can't! I can't stand here and listen to this tribe. Ray! Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whatever you feel like it. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen.
But this awful man is making all of this up! Sasato, please, you have to make them listen!
Return to the dock at once, Membabi-san. We're in the middle of a cross-examination.
Hold it!
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness.
Exactly, he's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted,
dirty great peeping Tom! Yes, he is! Whoa, take it easy there. Please. I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks. Big, okay. I will grant the request of the defense. But, Your Excellency, this is likely to be the final cross-examination. Please! As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak. Oh. Yo! Thank you so much, Your Excellency. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison.
Hold it!
Yeah, cause like she's like, you stole it, didn't you? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson. That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true. I pestered Professor Mikotoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we'd been developing, you see. And since Soseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself, it's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with the deadly poison. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye, surely you can't understand that. To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university, but the military would be dragged into it. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster. And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns? She's like, haha, I know. She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually. Ah, yes. Many Memo-san, one small question if you don't mind. Do you speak English? I do mine. Can't you see I'm busy? Clearly you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. But presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard? Oh! It's him! Yo! Exclusive deadly poison stolen from UMA Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. Sorry, don't know what you're talking about.
Yes! Look at this! The entire article! It's almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word.
Oh. Well, Menimemo-san, he's sweating. He's sweating now. As a Giorno, and a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of Menimemoism. Do I care? No. Father's clearly right about this. The reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. The details of the poison article have been updated.
So that's what it's all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in.
That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her. Shut up! My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say. I wanted to go on record. Very well, you may amend your formal testimony. The point is, if you'd poisoned someone, there'd be no reason for it. What would be the reason? There's nothing at the tip of the pen. Okay, never mind. What would be a reason? Because death would have been occurred within minutes. And that means... I don't know. Let me read. Let me read this. Following the lecture by Yume at Yume by Soseki Natsume on the 11th August, a disturbing incident. Even the smallest amount entering the body would prove fatal in minutes. In minutes! But then, if they were arguing and she's still alive, you know? Yeah, it's probably like if you want her to die soon, like normally like he wouldn't have done it, but since the little girl, since Ray was like, yo, and then yes. What about the green bottle? Oh yeah, I haven't actually examined it because I was like, huh. Is there anything to examine even? Don't think so. It says what? Written in a foreign language that I don't know. It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid. Could you just have written medicine on it in Japanese and we'll all be able to read it? German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese. Though I'm not so sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. What is it? It's the reagent, right? Yeah, there's really nothing to examine here. Yep. And small knife. What about this? I haven't examined these at all. I haven't examined these at all, but yeah. But there's really nothing to examine. This must be the victim's blood. Oh dear, OMG. Blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run it under the hot tap and get it clean. You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you? Oh well, I think this is something else, Father. Okay, yeah, nothing really in here. Yeah, I don't think we need to examine anything that we haven't examined yet. I think it's this. I think it's the medicine report because it's like, within minutes, yo. I think it's this. It might be this.
Objection!
Because, you know, poison takes minutes and I want her to die instantly. Prang! I can think of one reason. What? But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something to the courts. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the huts? Of course it did. There can be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told is that it was a terrible toxin. And there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink. Where are you going with this, counsel? Memo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. It is if the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it. Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membami-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put. When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Memo-san overheard some worrying information. Worrying information? What worrying information? The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and it couldn't be readily obtained. Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come is my lab. Ah! So that's why she was smiling, because she's like probably paralyzed or something. She wasn't really mocking her. She was kind of paralyzed, high-key. And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Membami-san being no exception. Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson unaware of its telltale properties. Behind the smile, there's a pain she's feeling. Oof. In other words, someone like you writes in many memo. Wow. OMG. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day. And it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that was a terrible mistake. Because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. Ha 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 ha. As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned of these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. Yup, that's what happened. A plan that involves stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen. How does he have a knife though? That's the question. Like, how does he have a knife ready?
Objection!
What good could that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, Counsel? Isn't it obvious, Counsel?
The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would ever have suspected. This is extraordinary. Yes, the effects of the poison meant it wouldn't be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use. Which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back. Watch. Order! The argument presented its sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward? Well, there are a number of... I mean, yes! I counter completely!
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope. Oof! Lost hope? Hold it. Who is that? Him again? Come on. Then how did I administer the poison, huh? Ah, you pathetic, useless, fallen samurai. Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My burgeoning growth is on the rise. I don't need a counter-argument. What are you talking about? It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories, but how did I even do it? But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Exactly. Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself. What's his motive? He's just really pissed at Brett because, you know, she gets away scot-free from the first case just because, you know, oh, she's a foreign, like, you know, representative, and ooh, Japan just made a treaty with the Great Britain, so we can't harm this girl even though she's a, you know, certified criminal. Explain yourself. I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial, it's all here. In my many memos, every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Shoyu News is famous for. It is the power of the printed word. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See, I, write in many memo, a mere reporter from the Shoyu News, couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. Ugh! But there can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case... It's so funny when Susato is blown back. Yeah. As if identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence that we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here. What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin? Everybody has to emphasize, like, you know, you're so annoying, like, you're so handsome, but you're annoying, but you're handsome. My point is this, there is one way that you, Many Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day. I have heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison on the day in question? It's this.
I think. Yo, I don't know. YOLO.
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen. A fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant? These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. I swear by a weasel-haired calligraphy brush and nothing else, these newfangled pens are merely a fad. Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck up a soup... I don't know how to pronounce that. Of sumptuous ink, and one word is awash with words in the blink of an eye. That's right! Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later. What does all this talking of sucking up ink have? Oh! And just as it's possible to suck ink up into the reservoir, fountain pens are also very expensive, right? I think, like these days. It's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course. My word, can this really be? Well, Minimimo-san. When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very live blood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir. Nah!
Objection!
More absurdity, that never happened. True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? No, I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Why ought you keep defending this guy? 'Cause he's the prosecutor! Well, this is quite startling, I must say. I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Minimimo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped? Are you suggesting? The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass. Yeah, exactly, that's what I said, like at the beginning of the case.
Objection!
There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victims. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink? What? As you can see for yourself, if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. Yeah, now he's talking about alternative theories, huh? You were shaming us just now, huh? What newspaper reporter goes to interview somebody with nothing in his pen, huh? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? He's like, Wolverine, I can always claw my... Yeah, exactly. Claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Ah! Oh my goodness. Like a ninja. You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again. Toho, It looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends upon whether or not the defense can prove that he did it with evidence. Ha! No such evidence could possibly exist. Oh!
Objection!
Really? Many Memo-san, this is how our modern justice system works. What? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you. Wow. Very well then, I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence. This is it then? This will be the final piece in the puzzle. The defense can prove by means of this item that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison.
Take that!
Counsel, what is that bottle? This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Ah! Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method. Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison. A reagent? What? One drops the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Memo-san. Is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt. You can't! I won't! Oh, your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat, says Ray. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once! OMG! Oh my god, this isn't my fault. The Empire drove me. I tried to hold it as soon as the city light, but I took up arms, something in the battlefield of news on the oh my many moon. Oh! Ray takedown! Yo! Susanto takedown! Woo! Get takedown! Did I do it right? That was the Susanto takedown, wasn't it? Woo! Not quite. That was a Ryutaro takedown! Yes! Ryutaro takedown! Let's go! The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. No, he looks so tired now. And I saw it there in the lab, the poison. The devil got hold of me and I decided to do it on a whim. OMG. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen. Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Memo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up. And then why did the English woman end up dead? I went to the house intending to quiz her on her situation, that's all. As a reporter. What? A known killer enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face! Oh, spicy. Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? OMG. Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian. Oh, yo! Ow! What did you call me? This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from. Oh. Yike. That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I know I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journal spirit getting all fired up. So what happened next? How did he put it in the drink when she was not looking? She killed her. He killed her over a roast. I'd like to ask you something. Yeah? You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. There's no justice in the press. Sorry? After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. Yeah, we saw it firsthand. And finally I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up, that's what it was. A cover-up? What do you mean? I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say. Oh, come on! Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not all allowed to convict a foreign national? Consular jurisdiction should never have come to it. And yet that puffed-up English woman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that, behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. What sort of deal? I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. He came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself? Yeah, Sasato was gonna throw that book away, huh, last episode. Let's not forget, Menimemu-san, that you committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett. What? The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. I suppose. Man. It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Oh. Yes. Sorry, Your Excellency, just musing in a manly way here. musing in a manly way here, okay? It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience on the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits. Yeah, wonder why. Oh, Naruhodo, Ryunosuke, you mean? So manly and dashing. The way he handled the trial 9 months ago and the way you handled this one. Like, nobody ever commented Ryunosuke as handsome or some sort. Oh my goodness. How do you do, fellow men? It gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land. That's very flattering, Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Thank you. So, Prosecutor Aochi, do you have any final thoughts? Oh, he gonna commit Sudoku? Prosecutor Aochi! I, Takatsuchi of the Aochi clan, have been bested by a callow youth not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Ouchie. Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence! Rather than living in shame, I will end it all now with this blade. Oh my gosh. For that is the true path to Ouchie-ism. Ouchie-ism? One hopes that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Sprig of my top knot. Oh, he's gonna cut his own hair or something? He's gonna cut his own hair! Sprig of my top knot. The time is right for a farewell. Hope is lost forever. It's a haiku! He made a haiku! So sad. Oh, pray emoji. Pray emoji, everybody. Pray for the hair. Okay. Yeah. Now, in regard to the defendant, remember me-san. Remember me-san? Yes, Your Excellency. I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you... Drumroll, please. Not guilty. Yeah. Court is adjourned. Pow! We got a waifu. It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do, just to stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Oh, hey. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susato! Thank you! Thank you so much! You were so dashing in there! Ray! And Father! Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no! I think I'm going to cry! It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end, too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So I would have to say that the congratulations belong to you. Sato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial is over. So no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind. caution to the... What?
I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryutaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow.
Oh, milk bar sounds nice.
Or something.
Right, I see. I'll think about it, Ray.
At any rate, you really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good.
Yes, it was satisfying.
It really was. Isn't there anybody else we could throw together?
Oh no, Father! I hope you're not looking at me, Ray.
Oh my goodness! No, of course not. Of course not!
Ah, there it is at last. Ray's lovely smile.
You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you, defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Haha. Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryutaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Sasato Mikotoba now.
So, I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame!
I mean... What? What is happening? Oh, nothing. Nothing. Sosekisan, Inspector Hosonaga, I do hope you've been keeping well? Is that really you? Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me. Sasato Mikotoba. I don't... So dashing! So divine! No! Doubly dashing, yes, and... The turtle is just devilishly divine. Just look at you! Oh my gosh, not again! I had no idea, Mr. Sato-san Esquire-ris, that you were locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin. Wait, what? No! Astonishingly astounding ace attorney! Ooh, title drop! Poor Soseki-san, so confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. I was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was the unwitting student from Japan found himself enrolled in. Yeah, nobody ever called Naruhodo dashing. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Soseki-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. Good for him! Good for him! I'm stunned! That's a truly impressive disguise! Even I had no idea, and I'm chief inspector at the police bureau! Who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less? I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see. Just two, really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event. I hope. Oh, Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector. Well, I am a professional, of course. I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes, I really do. 9 months ago when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Oh, Kazuma-sama. Though that didn't help you, did it? Kazuma-sama. Oh. From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year. Ah, yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes? The man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter.
With Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Holmes well, of course. Ah. My arch nemesis, how lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, oh yeah, you're a big fan, huh? The detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson.
What? Dr. Wilson?
I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Holmes. And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born. Yes, grandmother told me about it. On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. But I also serve another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Oh, what? I didn't know that? Yes, I was aware of that as well. Well, I wasn't. In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you. Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? You're not sick. You know, clearly you are not sick. It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever and you were growing weaker by the day.
What? Where did that news come from? They trying to sabotage! I was never sick. That's what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way? Or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of. Dear me, do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear. I simply can't... Ah! Let me go! What? What's up? Memo-san! So, one throw wasn't enough for you. I've got one last thing to say before they take me away. Professor! Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. And that visiting student's fate. Visiting student? Kazuma? Oh no, Giselle Brett? Yeah, the student of law! Yeah, it's Kazuma-sama! Who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. Student of law? He must mean... Kazuma-sama! What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never... Oh, the judge can do the takedown also, what? Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. What were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. Judge takedown! Ooh! I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Yujin. And it's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him, and I'll be there shortly. Oh, Your Excellency. The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Seishiro Jigoku. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Everybody's commenting on that! Everybody's commenting on how dashing she is. Susato? Oh, he found out from the start. Did you know all along? From the start of the trial? A judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro here hadn't known and he'd recognized you, so I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we? Yes, having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address. Before you go, Father. Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. Having played AA, I really don't believe the judge knows anything. That's mean, but, you know. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
Oh, thank you very much.
What did you think of my Seishiro sling, eh? Oh, that's what it's called, Seishiro sling! Hey, it's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. Ha 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 ha. Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett, about Dr. Wilson. And now it seems, according to this reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime. But nobody else is around. Why is Ryunosuke the only Japanese who can't throw people around? Yeah. Well, you see his desk slamming. It's like so weak. It's like flap. Judicial Assistant Mikotoba-san Esquires, could I have a word? Oh, yes, of course, Soseki-san. What is it? I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you. Oh, I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England. This I have to hear. Please, Soseki-san, tell me at once. I will. As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. Whoa. It was your father, Professor Mikotowa. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report. My father? He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent a telegram to you asking you to return to Japan. Huh. Oh, I see. What was it then? The particular part my father was interested in? I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in? Yeah? Of course, I could never forget. Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case. The second one? You mean the one Mr. Scholes forbade any of us to talk about in public? The... what? Which one? Was it? I don't remember. I know the case about the maid guy, but then what? I thought it was only one. Or the last, or is it, I don't know. Or the music disc? What? I don't even know. Anyways. Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first. Ah! I don't know. Maybe I haven't seen it yet. We're not supposed to know, I guess. Maybe there's no flashback, then probably we haven't seen it yet then. Yeah? Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what the dastardly detective said. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings. Haunted lodgings? The case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan. I thought that whole business was over. But it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told. Ah, not yet told. I say. Not yet told, huh?
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san.
Naruhodo-san.
But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was
This is the
involved
same
in.
graphics as the intro.
Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again.
Oh,
Yours, Susato.
Susato. Oh, okay. And I see. Susato's success. Save your current progress, yes. Now let's overwrite this one. Nice. What? Cloud. Everything is unlocked? Clouded Kokoro. Great departed soul. Twisted karma in his last bow. What? Wow. Nice. Nice. Wow, okay. Anyways, I think that is it, guys, for the... Oh, it's same for the first game? I never kind of noticed. That is it for the first resolve. Thank you so much for watching. Tomorrow we do have Indonesian class with Iris. So if you guys can hop in, please do. And we're probably gonna be doing a little bit of midnight guerrilla stream after this. The waiting room will be up probably shortly. I gotta like rest and eat, like probably like, I don't know, do stuff, and then I'll play. So yeah, this was great. This was a very, very good first case. I really, really liked it, and I hope you guys enjoyed that too. So pretty different from the first game. Yeah, there wasn't any animated cutscenes. Yeah. But I guess, okay. Thanks for the stream as usual. Thank you. But yes. Really, really good. I'm so excited to, check out the next episode and stuff. Yes, thank you. And I'll see you guys really, really soon. Terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Thank you so much for your attention. Super chats will be read the next episode. Salam merakyat, everybody. Bye. Let's go.